All right, there's a mic. Mic check. Cam chat. Sorry, guys. It's been a long day. I am a little exhausted, but we're going to do a little bit of D3. This time I probably will do a short stream, and I know yesterday was not. But just chill vibes, late night vibes. Trying to get the real augments now. We're getting ever so closer to being able to do the 150 push. Probably need the gear to do the whatchamacallit. Plug in, appreciate the follow. Guess we'll do actually I wonder if I can just do this and the Echoing Nightmares. I should be able to do this up in the Echoing Nightmares. I have 6 with the screams, really? Huh. Okay. I guess we'll work with that then. Should have the DPS and not have to use focus and restraint. But we're about to find out. Wiggity, what's going on? Yeah, this should be fine, I think. Might need to go more DPS passives though. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. We're getting to the point where it's starting to get a little meaty. I think if I run ballistics, that'll be enough. I mean, this worked out. I got all the goblins. Should probably also change it to Helm too. I can definitely use the gems. Yeah, I guess that's I don't Let's gear for a little bit more DPS here, I guess. Alright, and then we'll do more, we'll need that, we'll do that. Steady aim ambush. We still gotta do through the hunt though. I think this should be enough. And they stay there. Yeah, this is way better. Come on, what's going on? It's starting to slow up a little bit. There we go. I think that's all the goblins. I had a long day. I'm actually like super exhausted, but I did kind of want to do like at least a small stream, a short stream. Can you straight do 150 without taking a shot? Yeah, but you're gonna need a lot more Paragon though. Yeah, taking a shot adds like another like 5 GRs worth of damage. So like you're gonna need like 5 GRs worth of Paragon to make up for that. So if you're gonna do it without entangling shot, you're looking at probably like close to 4K Paragon maybe. I say like somewhere between 3,500 to 4K with a lot of fishing. Smoke, but what's going on? You're working on 300 Paragon. Nice. No judgment here. It takes God's time to get to 300. Well, I mean, until you get your 6-piece set. Once you get your 6-piece set, it starts to go by real fast, real quick. 6-piece set, and also all the things that come with the 6-piece set, like, you know, the supporting legendaries and stuff. What do you do for endgame? Sorry, I'm a little new to this. It's mostly grid or rifts. Every now and then you do visions for bounty mats to be able to reforge your items. You do Nephilim rifts for GR keys, grid rift keys, and then you basically mostly just do grid rifts. That's where the majority of your XP comes from. To gain, or to get your Paragon up, basically. The higher the Paragon, the easier it is for you to like push leaderboard ranks or whatnot. So the ultimate end game is basically leaderboards. How do you get sets? Yeah, well, if you do the seasonal journey, the seasonal journey gets you the 6-piece sets. But each chapter gives you 2 pieces. So chapter 2, chapter 3, and chapter 4 give you each 2 pieces or whatever. So you have to do a set of tasks to be able to complete the chapter, which will give you 2 pieces of the starting set, I guess you could say, for that season. Once you get the starting set, you'll see your power increase like a ton. Especially when you get all the surrounding support legendary items to go with the set. And then you use that set to farm for what you may or may not want, basically. Or if you like that set, you just keep that set and you just continue to farm from that point on. So you have to do a seasonal journey. The seasonal journey will make it easier for you. I'll put it that way. You don't necessarily have to do it, but it's the fastest way to get a 6-piece set quickly. Like, you're not really doing any damage until you get a 6-piece set of some sort in this game. I don't know if I got all the goblins. But yeah, if you're looking for like, if you're brand new, I would totally like follow like a beginner's guide from like Filthy Casual, the YouTuber, or Raxan Tracks. They both have really good like ultimate beginner guides to like Diablo 3. So you're not like, you know, completely lost. Do I like D2? Well, fun fact, I actually started Diablo with Diablo 3. So, unfortunately, I didn't play D2 back when D2 was like, you know, had his moments, I guess you could say. So, like, after playing D3, I couldn't really go back and play D2 because D2 felt really dated. But obviously, I wouldn't have felt that way had I played D2 first. So, I did play D2R, but again, like I said, you know, when you didn't play D2 back when it was what it was, then, you know, you can't really go to D2 now, if that makes sense. But I did enjoy my playtime with D2R when that first came out, despite being completely lost. But it was a fun time for like the 6 or 7 hours I did manage to play.
Are you ready? Do come back again.
That is too expensive.
Chameleon. So the thing about it is that I actually did like some portions of Diablo 3 vanilla. Itemization was horrible, but I was okay with the difficulty. I didn't mind that it was like as hard as it was. Because I mean, when you purchase the game on the box, it says you will die. So they were not kidding. When you got in the game, literally that's exactly what happened. When you try to get into Act 2 and you didn't have the proper gear. However, it did kind of make it difficult that you couldn't really find the gear for Act 2 unless you farmed Act 2. But you can't farm Act 2 because Act 2 was too difficult because you could not get the gear for Act 2. So it has some issues with that per se, but I think they should have kept the difficulty the way it was, but just been just a little bit more lenient with how they did the drops. But kept the difficulty, in my opinion. You also enjoy the real money auction house? Okay, so you enjoy making money off the game. That's what that was. But I think the auction house in general really wasn't really good for the game, because it meant that the drops were naturally tailored to the auction house, and that made actually playing the game like the worst way to actually get items. The best way to get items was to flip items. So you spent more time on the auction house than you did playing the game, which it depends on who you are. Like if you're more into the economy side, maybe you enjoy that more, but if you wanted more gameplay, if you enjoy playing the game, then it was kind of rough. But yeah, 6 days. Yeah, I know, man. I know. I'm counting down too, Crafty. Diablo 3 or Diablo 4? I mean both. You just play whichever one has the better season at that time. I know, weird flex. You're supposed to choose one or another, right? Supposed to like one and hate the other. Mainly when it comes to the competitor, but I like them both. This season, Diablo 3's season with the sanctified items are really good, which is why you see a lot of people actually come back and play D3 for this particular season. Probably you won't see people come. You won't see as many people come back for the following season, because all the good seasons pretty much already have happened. So depending on the rotation of the seasons, like we're kind of left with like not as fun season themes. When Reaper Souls came out, I actually hated it because no trading, no auction house. Got into it though, season 2 to 4, but Blizzard opened my account after WoW account got hacked by a Chinese gold farmer. They wrote back my account 3 months and they raised my Diablo progress. Dang. Well, I mean, it's like seasons though. Like, so I mean, if your progress was erased, I mean, you're pretty much starting fresh and brand new anyway every 3 months for a season. So you really only lost 3 months. But I feel you. But there's problems with both, right? There's problem with open trading, and there's also problem with restricted trading. I don't think you really can win. You just gotta like. It's more of a preference. Which one do you? Which bad do you or which negatives do you prefer? At the end of the day. Like Diablo 4 has, mostly open trading with the exception of mythic items. But that has came with a host of problems. Don't get me wrong, it is nice to trade most things, almost all things, close to all things. But then we got all these dupe problems, and then we got real money, like, RMT being a really big thing where items are taking off the gold. market. Like the good items are placed into the actual literal RMT market, and that becomes another problem of its own. And of course, as a player base, we complain that there's no competitive mode in the game, but it's like, if there was, it'll be filled with nothing but RMTers though. So like, is that what you really want? People paying to win their way on the leaderboards? Like, I mean, it's like you gotta. I don't know. I really don't think there's really any winning on that topic, on that subject. Like you don't win. It's very that way. Well, yeah, but like it's the third party leaderboards though, not official leaderboards. So like that hits a little different, right? But if you had official leaderboards, obviously, then it would be the way that it is in third party leaderboards, and we'd have even more problems, right? Because they'd be like, Blizzard, do something. And like, well, they did, kind of. The solution they had in place was the way they did in D3, but, people didn't like the restricted trading, so you got the other thing, right? The fact that they couldn't roll it back or undo it made me so mad. Okay, I got you. The GM is very sympathetic. Give me the worst WoW X-Pack Collector's Edition. The worst WoW X-Pack Collections Editions and 3 months of game time for free. Oh, man. Okay. I progressed that character a lot, and it was past mid-season. Yeah, but I mean, Diablo 3 has gotten a lot better over the years. It took a while before I felt like Reaper of Souls Diablo 3 was actually like in a good state. It took literally hiring a team outside of the action RPG genre to make changes to the game and actually be care about the community, which was crazy. Because honestly, the people who ran D3 like the last 5 years of its life before D4 came out was actually like a fighting game team, like a team that's like more so like known for like the fighting game scene or whatever. So it was kind of crazy that they brought those guys in with those kind of credentials to run an action RPG, but they actually did a really good job though over the years. I'm gonna say surprisingly though, but like they actually cared, so it was interesting. Where's the Goblin Shrine? Come on. Wow, come on. Already 143. No Goblin Shrine still? There it is. It's like already so late though. I might not have enough juice. Nope, I didn't have no juice. Sag. Sounds like this is maybe wish I just would have just went focus and restraint for this. But that was my last goal, so I don't care. Now you made your goal. You think you're making the monk? What was your goal? Oh, 2K Paragon.
I didn't even know I had that thing.
I can't carry anymore.
Did you have a GR goal or?
I didn't even know I had that thing. Anything could happen. Well, isn't that nice?
I cannot afford that.
Is that going to pass you? I honestly don't know. I guess it depends on how quickly I get the 150s. I mean, I can get 150 like in the early 2K or whatever range, and then obviously I'll stop. Well, I'm pretty sure you'll keep playing. Alright. Now that I got some augment gems, it's oh man, 48. Let me see how many I got. There we go. Going for 150 this season. So there's a new Hades 2 update that I kind of really want to play. But there's Monster Hunter Wilds in like 6 days. So it's kind of like, okay, let me hurry up and get these 150s real quick in D3. And then go play that for like a day or two. I can create 16 Flawless Royal. 23 for Flawless Royal is nice. Word. Alright. This can be good.
Very well.
Crafty, have you ever played D3? Meant to ask you.
But when is that stopped you?
Yeah, I got quite a few augments I didn't have. I didn't know I had. Let's see, it's 32 here. Almost fully augment except for that restraint. That's okay.
Not quite.
It's just still good enough for speeds. This will be fine. Okay, let me save this setup now. I think the Captain Crimson just makes more sense here too now. We're like right at that threshold where it's like really close. Let's see what the Oh yeah, the Captain Crystal is feeling good now. That's like a long stretch with nothing to kill. I did not see that grotesque. Dang, that's with Dark Heart out. Ah, Dark Heart is down. The Entanglement Shot and Bullish. You don't really need the Bullish part. Just the Entanglement Shot. I mean, Bullish is not. Yeah, Bullish is not necessary.
I am returning to town. I'll satisfy.
Potato, potato,
Decoy.
potato, 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 hey.
It's kind of an awful start. Where's the other blue at? be just a little, these guys might be just a little too spongy at 130. Let's consider my toughness.
Still waiting. I must wait longer. I must wait longer. The Rift Guardian is here. I must wait longer.
But also kill them all too. If you like really want the like 150 probably a little earlier, you can still go like Natalia Spike Trap or Marauders. I just don't think people too much care for either one of them right now.
I need to go back.
But those are still good options for the 150.
Yours I'll satisfy.
With the chocolate, it has to be cluster arrow because of the cluster arrow power. For the certified items. It's definitely a bit annoying to play, but it's very strong.
I must wait longer. I wish I could do that. The Rift Guardian has found you.
You like a lightning impale? Yeah.
I'm overburdened. I am returning to town. You'll have more control now.
I need an ancient chest at some point.
Don't be shy. What a steal. Wow, isn't
Oh,
that
oops.
nice?
Mouse slip.
Can't carry anymore.
Fortune favor. That will look nice on you. You look like you could use it. Wow, isn't that nice?
I cannot afford that.
No. Get the 128 maybe. So I don't have to be so worried about losing squirts. Oh, come on, get that glove. Come on, pick it up. This was like peak exhibit for sure.
I need to go back.
I should have enough.
Become stronger.
When I reach 2K Paragon, I should have enough augment gems. I should have went that way. I should have went to the top. Oh no, there's a yellow here I miss. That was good.
What do you need?
I am returning to town.
Snoop sounds so different on this track.
Well, my training paid off.
You could just 6-piece by doing bounties. Nice. That's a good feeling. Well, you just gain a ton of power, sir. Hey, that's good enough. That works. What build are you playing, by the way? Or what set? Sorry, last set. Kiss to the heavens. Oh, that's a yeah. Yeah. Have fun.
I'm here to help.
Go this one.
I am returning to town.
Thank you for coming.
I've become stronger.
Only one Paragon level that time for a close.
You look like you could use it to you soon. That will look nice.
My pack
on
is
you.
full.
Fortune favors. Don't forget. Luck always
Cherry, how's it going?
you could use it to you soon.
I can't carry
isn't
anymore.
that nice?
Uh, what does salvaging a sanctified item actually like literally actually do? I'm gonna get masked with like what kind of mats? I'm curious. I guess it's Forgotten Souls. Okay, so I guess if I'm low on Forgotten Souls, I can just use a bunch of my angelic crucibles and just, you know, make them all sanctified items and then salvage them. Yeah, you can probably get like GR keys and stuff like that too from it too, right? I remember, like literally, I can just like grab a bunch of stuff I'm never gonna use and just go. Boom. Yeah, I actually might use that helm though. Petrified Scream, okay. GR keys, death breaths.
Fortune favors the bold.
It's going. Everything's actually okay over there though, Cherium. I myself had a pretty long day. I'm a little exhausted. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to my doctor's appointment because there was two wrecks along the way, so I kind of missed my appointment time. I was highly frustrated by that because like I won't be able to go back until like, or be able to see my doctor until Thursday of next week. So that's annoying. But
Not enough hatred.
I'm doing okay. Yeah, well, it's more so like a chronic back pain I've been having for like the past like month and a half. Like I usually have the chronic pain from the hernia surgery, so I'm used to that type of chronic nerve pain. But now my lower right back is like hurting a bit. And I didn't really do anything. Like I didn't pull any muscles or anything. It just started hurting out of nowhere, but like chronically. So I'm gonna see what that's about. I hope it's not kidney related because that would suck. But guess we'll see you next week, I guess. Another crucible stack, yeah, but they stack in, you know, in like 100s or whatever, right? So like, once you get 100, then you gotta make a new stack. So, but yeah,
I'm here to help.
there's a squares in there and a restraint. Where the mob's at. Jira, we're just going floor. I don't know. That like for GR pushing, sure, but for like just speed farming, that would be kind of bad because you get like a keeps or whatever first floor. I mean, you then that means you're stuck on keeps the entire like GR speed run. And you're not gonna like leave a rift in like a speed run. Yeah, I don't know. But it was certainly help for pushing. Oh, Juggernaut. The thing I like about Captain Crimson is that it's like 4 out of 5 pylons are actually useful. Even for speeds, because now channeling is like a big buff as well. Must be another Juggernaut. It is. Like how many times you're pushing GR and 150s and one first floor is great and second floor wasn't. Oh yeah, true. Like I said, I would like it for GR pushing, but I think since we spend like 90-something% of our time doing speeds, that would be pretty horrible for speeds, but great for GR pushing. So I don't know. Considering that GR pushing is like maybe 5% of the time that you actually play the game, I don't know if that would be worth. But yeah.
My pack is full.
No 120s now. Well, these are 130s now, but like I can do the 130s in like two and a half minutes or whatever, 2.5 minutes, but I have to like keep up squirts. Like I gotta be like more careful about not losing my squirts or whatever. So I gotta pay attention a little bit more if I'm gonna do the 130s versus doing the 128s. But I can do it. RoboCop, what's up?
You look like you could use a new weapon. I didn't even know I had that thing.
I'm overburdened.
Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new. Well, isn't
I
that
cannot
nice?
afford that.
You know what's funny? Is your speed farming got 6 highs. Speed farming got 6 highest clear, I'm pretty sure. Was that? I also don't remember. I think for speed farming, honestly, I think Strafe Impale is probably the most efficient that that Demon Hunter really has been for speed farming. Even more so than like Ethereals. Or even Soul Shards. The season's got highest clear. That's not speed farming though, right? That's like Royce. You mean like in like on the leaderboards itself, like the highest Goddess clear is like a 130, is that what you're saying? I don't think anyone's like no one's truly pushing with God 6 right now.
Yo, Dark Side, we just got raided,
Phoenix
son.
with the raid.
You know how we do.
What's up, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Phoenix Fufu raided my stream with 17 views.
What up, sir? Same old here. Not much different than last time you raided. Just a little stronger than I once was. But yeah, RoboCop. Yeah, like you're not gonna see anybody pushing with God 6 really this season. Like on like a serious note, Lotware might just for funsies, but it's like God 6 doesn't benefit from anything from the sanctified powers at all whatsoever. And if you want to strafe, impale and multi-shot, just does that considerably better. So there's like no reason to push for God at all. We went to let the puppies out. Philippine GR went to town. My internet went out. OBS crash. Yeah, OBS crashes are I won't say the worst, but it is rather annoying. If you lose at least half your viewership at the minimum. Jex, what's up? I lost my squirts. If losing your squares lasts longer than 4 hours, please consult a physician. That was a bad first floor too. It's like no density on that first floor. No elites. Yeah, that was an awful first floor and a mediocre second floor.
Let's see the gem.
I need to go back.
Ah, still got the square buff up. Nice. You got the Paragon 1335. You couldn't do 2 more. You can do two more Paragon for the Elite Paragon now. Just 2. Like 1 more GR. That was a better run.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm skilled at clarifying gems.
No race, super interwebs almost won the game.
Fortune favors. See you soon. I've seen better.
My pack is full.
You look like you could get a steal. What? I didn't even know I had that. Fortune favor. What? I didn't even know I had
That is too
thing.
expensive.
Starting out with shielding, huh?
You won't survive that.
Ugh. To be honest, I don't think I've died. I don't think I've died to a single forge, hell forge this season.
Yo, Dark Side.
Like in the past,
We
like
just
I
got
always
raided,
do.
son.
Just randomly.
You know
Damn.
how we do. Drop my
What
new
is
beat
going
for
on?
these new viewers. Sheezy.
Out. What is going on, Van?
Fan27 raided my stream with 5 views.
That emote. What's going on? I'm not doing much here. I'm just chill farming, I guess, to get slightly better gear. A little bit more Paragon, I guess. We'll start our GR pushes next week. Going straight for the 150s on both Yui and Shadow. If I can get the pieces to do so. D3 going. I like the season theme, so I'm having fun. I did not see that grotesque. Ooh.
Your fear betrays you.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, the 130s are like pushing it. It just really depends on the map. Most maps are fine, but get that one or two awful ones, and then it goes above 3 minutes, and it's like no, like this map. Losing my squirts. Oopsies. RNG just says no most of the time. Fair. Second map was much better.
You have a gem.
I need to go back.
Speaking of which, oh, that stats are so bad.
You look like you could use it. That's nice. Can I have it back?
I'm overburdened.
Fortune favors.
Still need a bit of quiver.
Always changes.
Okay, how many primordial ashes do I have? Yeah, I can get a couple of squares out.
So, why are you here, Templar?
I swore an oath.
Surely our friend would
Yeah, actually I got a couple. Ooh. Actually when I want to save actually. My UE. That's gonna be dope. Beef. So I guess this would be very nice for UE. That should give me three decent, like, three of the most important pieces kind of already done with UE. Now it's just kind of getting the surrounding stuff. Eric, what's going on, man? Sorry for the later stream today, or the later start. Reflect made me lose my squirts. Waste a lot of time on this one. Not a good run this time. This is definitely gonna be over 3 minutes. What do I have in the queue? Carlisle's Point, Mantle of Channeling, and Warrior Ring. Where's... Yeah, I knew that was gonna be a bad run. How can you not using Ninjium? I just rather go for the max DPS option, that's why. If I do NGM, I have to slot like a movement thing somewhere around here. And I also like to strafe weave a bit faster, which means I can get more impales out per second than with using Echoing Fury. Not only that, but the base damage of Echoing Fury is also slightly higher in NGM. NGM's main like perk is just being able to kind of keep up Perma Vengeance without having to use Dawn or whatever, whereas Echoing Fury you can't really get Perma Vengeance or whatever, but that's okay as long as you play well. Echoing Fury will come out on top, but if you just kind of want to chill and farm and not like have to try, then NGM makes a lot more sense. So it's such a terrible map too. Yeah, like my movement speed is pretty nice because of Echoing Fury, so I don't have to. I can just go straight DPS passes, which is a nice thing to do. Not too bad considering Chiefs was first map. I want the extra glove. Thank you.
I must wait longer. Your fear betrays me. I must do it.
I just went through a major stretch with like no elites. That was a very long stretch. So the same thing here, man. Like a long stretch without an elites.
Hatred is too ready. My pack is full.
Let's see the
For it.
I am returning to town. Will become stronger.
The game would benefit for like from like a salvage all button.
Do come back
I can't
again.
carry anymore.
You look like you could use a new. Well, it's a good paperweight. Well, it's a good paperweight. Fortune fate. Don't forget, luck always
That is too
changes.
expensive.
That's not good enough. I guess it's up the screen. Come on. The fear doesn't help either, but still. Really? shielding. Gem's grabs are higher risk. Yeah. I think people know that. I mean, it's really good for speeds. But I guess prefer Echoing Fury. Although you gotta work a little harder. But I think it's worth. But bro, where the Elise at though? That is the second map. Second run. Yo, some D3 GR grinding. Been a minute, but fun to watch. Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to get just enough to really be able to do my 150s, and then I'm pretty much calling it a season at that point. Monster Hunter Wilds is right around the corner, and that's kind of what I'm, you know, waiting to play. But I do like this season though of D3, so I decided to come back about like a week ago to play. Just don't drop squirts. So you did miss the D3 push. Yeah, the greater rift for pushing is considerably a better experience than the D4 pit pushing. Don't get me wrong. I mean, GR pushing has its own set of issues, but over the years they made it more. I won't say accessible is really the right word for it, but a little less stressful over the years. But yeah, it's just awful in D4. Like I don't bother doing any pit push now in D4. It's just not fun from the start to the finish of it. They feel the exact same. I don't know, man. Piss considerably worse. At least in D3, there's like some strategy when you're playing at the higher end or whatever. Like when you find a good map after being mad that you haven't found a good map in about 200 keys. Like when you actually have a good map to play, it's actually kind of fun to play that map. So there is some semblance of fun in there somewhere. Whereas in D4 it is like zero. The entire process, the entire journey is no fun. You miss set gear. I know people that don't agree, but you said set gear was nice. What part of set gear did you like a lot about it? Like, what made you like the 6-piece sets? Just curious. Go grab that. It made building a character better. I'm not a fan of following guys, and set gear made it easy to build off of. You know, I've actually never heard that perspective before. I guess that's why I was curious to ask. When you say it like that, I can see why you like it. That's fair. Never thought about it from the I don't have to follow a guide standpoint. That actually does make sense. For me personally, what I disliked about the 6-piece sets is, I guess, the thing that makes you like the 6-piece sets. And that's kind of like the idea of being told exactly how to play. And it takes up half of your gear slots. So it's like, you get a 6-piece set. The 6-piece is incredibly powerful. You go from being Krillin to, you know, like Thor, and like from 4-piece to 6-piece, right? There's no like, you kind of skip a lot of progress in between because the 6-piece bonuses is so strong. And then it's usually like, it tells you what to do. So you can't, so I guess anyone who likes to be creative really doesn't really have much creative freedom with builds in Diablo 3 because the set kind of does it all for you. Like you can't really branch out. You said you could play D3 without set gear and still kick ass. That depends on the class. If you're Demon Hunter, that is not the case. Demon Hunter's LOD gear or LOD stuff is so bad. But like if you're like playing Witch Doctor, you can kind of get away with it. Monk, you can get away with not playing set gear, but that is not the case for all classes. I wish it was. I honestly wish it was. You still clear? No, not with Demon Hunter. Not with Demon Hunter, you cannot. Like you'd be lucky to get like maybe a 120 or something on an LOD or whatever. Like maybe a 120, 125. And as you see, I'm farming 120s and 130s with Strafe and Pale. Like that, it's the difference is so massive. But like I said, some classes you can, but not all classes. But I think in all aspects though, I totally see your point. And I think for the greater good of the game, that makes a lot more sense. But I think for anyone that likes to be creative or kind of make their own builds, D3 kind of really hinders you from doing that because you're literally already following a template. that the devs kind of create for you, and it takes up half of your slots. So it's kind of like I might be able to change a weapon out here or there, or I might use a different legendary gem, but everyone is going to be running the exact same thing. What are you pushing GRs for? Leaderboards, basically. Because there's nothing else to do in the game at that point, right? The whole point of pushing GRs is to have something to do with the gear that you farm. Otherwise, why are you farming the gear? Or sorry, not farming the gear. Why are you like attempting to get stronger if you had nothing to do with it? For some people, it's like, I just like getting stronger. For others, it's like, I want something to do with it, right? I'm in that latter category where I want something to do with the things I found. Do I necessarily love pushing GRs? Not necessarily. It has its own problems, but I do. There are aspects about it enough that I do enjoy. That makes me do it. That makes me, attempt to do it, right? Otherwise, it's like, what am I doing with all the stuff? That's like saying, I'll put it this way. That's like saying you buying a car, right? And like, you're like really in, like, you're buying a car and then you like, you put a kit on it and then you put a turbo and like, you don't do anything with the car except for go to CVS pharmacy. And it's like, well, why did you go and like spend all that time and money like souping up your car to literally drive in the middle and like, in the middle of the season, the city or whatever, and go to like store runs. Like, you're not doing any drag racing or anything. You're just literally just like, you're running errands with it. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's, for some people that might be fine, but it's like, if I'm going to spend all the time and money, like, customizing or souping up a car, or whatever, I kind of want some, I kind of want to do something with it. So you want your name to be seen by other people, but if you just well, you don't really know me that well, Damien. That's probably not. If you've been around the stream enough and actually watched me play D3 enough, you will know that is definitely not the case. Pushing GRs is just a different game. Like, it's a different gameplay that that requires strategy and things, unlike speeds in a sense. So like, it's really not about being seen by others, or more so of having something to do. It is your game footage.
I need to go back.
Like, I know what you're saying, but it's like, I think some people just like having something to do with the stuff that you find. Like, you might not care, right? But like, I'm just telling you, I don't think you really truly understand the position that demon hunters are in when it comes to non-set stuff. You can't just build how you please and do
We just got
things.
raided, son.
It just doesn't work that way. Trust me,
know
I've tried
how we
for
do.
a decade.
Drop my new beat for these new
What up, sir?
viewers.
Sheezy out. Undriftable plays, what's going on, man?
Undriftable Plays raided my stream with 1 views.
What's going on, sir? How's it going? Is that I mean that you can build a character without setting yourself have fun, but you can't do everything that the game has to offer for you when you do that. Like, you can't level up your legendaries gems to like a decent value. Like, you can't get them to like if you're someone who likes to min-max, then literally playing any build that can't get you past like GR 75 or GR 80 is like bad, because then you can't get the stuff that you need to be able to min-max to progress your character. Like it's such a big difference between playing a build that can do like a GR 140 and then playing any random thing that can only do like a GR 55. Like the difference between the two, or maybe not being able to do T16 bounties to be able to get like the mats that you need, or the some of the gear from the bounties mats that you need. Like it's different if you can do anything that you want and still be able to progress in the game the same way. But that's just not the case in Diablo 3. Like I see the point that you're getting at, and I actually make that point for Diablo 4. Like the point you're making right now, I make that point for Diablo 4 in terms of T4 difficulty. You can play multiple different builds. Like I'm usually the person that doesn't too much care about the meta at all. However, like when there's a drastic difference, like for instance, like the 6-piece set bonus, where basically it's like now this skill gives you a 500,000% more damage. Like that's just outrageous. And if you don't do that, if you don't use that skill with that set, you feel incredibly weaker than if you did use that skill with that set. It'd be one thing if the balance is close, where it's like, okay, you know, I'm like, you know, I play this set, but I use this skill and it's like 7 GRs behind or whatever. That's fine. I don't care. I can still, level up my legendary gems to almost as high as I would like, and that's cool. I don't mind that. But when the difference is like 60 or 70 GRs, like, I don't know about you, but that's not, I don't find that fun. I'm not a meta slave by any means. But I'm also not trying to drive a Ford Pinto and trying to have fun with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, or a Toyota Yaris and then trying to have fun with it. Like there's a limit. I mean, it ain't gotta be a Porsche, but I'd be damned if I'm driving a Yaris. I don't like killing my time for small games. That's fair. That's fair. But I would say now, like on my Demon Hunter, like technically speaking, most seasons, I don't like playing Natalia set. Even though technically that is the strongest Demon Hunter set, I don't play Natalia's. I just don't like the way it plays, the way it feels. I won't play something I don't like, per se. But I do feel like throughout Diablo 3's time frame, per se, there has been a very big discrepancy behind following a pre-made build from the developers and then choosing not to do so. That's the reason why I chose the Porsche versus Toyota Yaris example, because the difference is that big, right? Like, if it was kind of like, okay, you know, I don't have a Porsche, but you know, I'm driving a Corvette instead. Okay, I'm cool with that. You know, or even a Civic Type R, right? Like I'm cool with that, you know, and not driving a Porsche. I don't have to drive a Porsche. It's just fine. I don't have to drive a Lamborghini. It's fine. But like, you know, a Nissan Versa, like, you know, like there's that's just too big of a gap. To the point where it's like no longer fun, right? It doesn't have the handles. It has no acceleration. It doesn't have any bells and whistles at all. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like there's, it's kind of hard to have fun with that. D4, but something about the game that makes me not play as much as I used to. I used to level multiplayer in D3. Now I just finished my season and stuff and call it season a day. Yeah, I'm of a, I'll say kind of similar opinion. I mean, the thing is that like, it took D3 a while to get to where it is. I think there's usually a lot of pretty decent amount of praise for D3 in the recent, but I think people kind of forget how bad D3 was at certain time frames of his game of his life. It took a while before it became pretty good. It actually took a while before D2 became pretty good. It wasn't good outside, you know, right out of the gate either, right? I don't know what it is with Blizzard and Diablo games, but they seem to take the whole, I mean, not release well at all, and then take a couple of years before it's you know, manageable or playable, and then a couple of more years before it's actually really good. Why does Blizzard seem to take that route? I have no idea, but it was the same way with 2, 3, and 4. And 4 is trying to get there. It's just not there yet, and it's obvious. Like, it's gonna need about another year maybe before we're kind of like, all right, you know.
Fortune favors. Do come back again. Do come back again. You look like you could use. Don't forget, luck always changes.
My pack is full.
D3 launched badly, but it was fun enough. And by the expansion, it was like it was really fun. Before another thing was trying to too hard to be like D2 with three tight shit added in. I think that's the idea of them trying to cater to both audiences at the same time. Really hurt them at the start. Like, they were never gonna get back to the D2 audience. Let's be honest. Like, you're not bringing them back. Like, they're going to stick to D2R, or they might play Path of Exile instead. But you're never getting that audience back. To D4 was nothing like D2 unless I think they had some ideologies that did remind you of D2. Because there definitely was some ideologies that did remind you of D2. But it was also bare bones. Like, for instance, the mythic drop rate was like Diablo 2's really rare item drop rates. It worked in D2. People were pissed about it in D4. The leveling to 100 was supposed to be a journey like it was in D2. And then people didn't like that either. I didn't say they executed it well. I just said that they've tried. They try to bring back certain aspects that people liked about D2. And, you know, people like the gamers today are not the same gamers, or the way that we play games that we did back then. Like, people aren't going to sit there and, you know, farm for 2 years to find a single item and be like, yo, I found this really rare item that I'm not going to use. Right? Like, that's just not the audience nowadays. Now, let's not get it twisted. I don't like the whole loot explosion thing that we have right now, by any means. But yeah. D2 wasn't fun. You might not have enjoyed D2, but considering that people still like play, there's still a pretty healthy size audience for the game. When I say healthy size, I mean like, you know, for how old it is, that people still play today. So fair that you might not have enjoyed it, but you know, some people like that gameplay loop. It kind of goes back to what you said earlier, right? The whole like, you know, idea of like some people just like to come in and log in and just kill shit and not, you know, not push GRs or not min max. It's kind of, you know. Some people like the bail runs. Some people like the, you know.
My hatred is too low. I must wait long.
So I enjoyed D2 when it was only Diablo, but Diablo 3 made it better. I would say that that's definitely like a subjective take, and that's fine. Like if you like the direction that D3 went in versus D2 at the time, then you know, fair. They're totally different games, and they're right. It's hard for me to comment on D2 because I didn't play it when it was popular, like when it was like the thing. Like it's hard to go back and play it now, or like, you know, after 2 decades it's been out, because now you know, you look at the, you know, modern technology. It's hard to appreciate what it is based off of what it was. You know what I'm saying? That's like any game nowadays, right? Like, you know, it's hard to appreciate something like, I guess that's considered retro, just because you know, of the technical limitations at the time. So it's like it's hard for me to comment on D2 in that sense, because I didn't get a chance to play it then. I wish I did, but I was into RTS games at the time, and then start my Diablo journey until Diablo 3. But when I did play D2R for the first time, and had no idea what I was doing, it was actually pretty hilarious. I think my stream enjoyed it a lot. But I actually had fun. Playing D2R, but it was one of those things where it's like, I can't see myself like playing this like semi-regularly, just because it just feels really outdated. I wasn't around, you know, when all those things were like normal, right? When some of those, you know what I mean? Like, if I was around and I played at the time, I would have a different opinion about it. But it's hard to go back and be like, oh man, you know what I mean? And like that's kind of like the case with a lot of games. Almost, you can kind of do that for a lot of games. A lot of games that were like historically great or whatever. You know, and like if you didn't play them then, and then you try to play them now, you're just like, why do people like this so much? You know what I mean? Even though it was technically really good, but you know, people are gonna like comment on the technical limitations. Just like, what? I don't understand. Like, you know. Like I'll give you a great example. It's like anyone who plays first-person shooters right now, if you tell them to go back and play GoldenEye 007 on the N64, they'll probably feel a way different feel. If they've never played it before, if you tell them to go play it now, they'd be like, bro, why do people like this so much? But for all of us who did play GoldenEye 007 on the 64, bro, we were like, you know, we played hundreds of thousands of hours of that game. You know, And like we can go back and have a blast with it because we played it before. But you ask anybody who hasn't played it now to go play it, you know, to go play it, they're gonna have a different perspective on it. You know what I'm saying? Like you ask a 13-year-old to go play GoldenEye 007 and he would not have positive things to say about it. Despite it being a legendary game, you know what I mean? Perfect Dark was better. It was better for sure. I could use that example too, but I want to say GoldenEye 007 because I think more people actually played that. Right. I'm not sure how many people actually really played Perfect Dark, which was the successor to GoldenEye 007. That was like literally a perfect game. Mark, Mr. Mark, what's going on, man? What would you say caused D4 to fail with the rarity drops and level journey to keep a bigger audience? Eventually caused them to fold and make the game easier to play. Money. Probably. When the much bigger portion of your player base is like really casual, and they're the ones that are kind of driving your sales via buying the game / cosmetic shop and stuff like that. You know, you got it. A company would naturally pivot to doing what's more profitable versus, so if that means littering the screen with loot, because the people who might play an hour or two a week maybe would prefer that, then that's kind of what they're gonna do. And it's kind of what they did do. It sucks for long-term players. It sucks for people who want engagement past a week or so. But at the end of the day, these games are, it's a company, right? And a company's primary motive is to make money. And it sucks because I'm pretty sure even the developers of any game of any company would love to have more freedom to do the things they want to do for actual gamers. But if it means going a different route to make more money, that's what they're going to be told to do, and then that's what's going to happen. Laptop gun was your GM. Also, Damien, appreciate the follow. Let's put my potions in that belt. It was funny. I was actually a fan of the stamina system. I know people who probably didn't play much D2, who tried D2 and it's like, yo, this sucks. So right there, I actually kind of like the stamina system. I was actually very intrigued by it. I didn't like that my inventory was basically not for picking up items though. It was more so for, charms and mana. But I remember looking up a Rax guide on it, and it was I literally just busted out laughing when he legit said, "You see this inventory you have? This inventory that you have is not for picking up items." And I'm just like, wait, what? Isn't that the point of an action RPG, is to loot things and pick things up, and they fit in your inventory because you picked them up? Isn't that the point? I mean, he's not wrong. He totally wasn't wrong. To play D2 well, technically you don't use your inventory to actually pick up items. But to a newer player that that idea was kind of like crazy to think about. He's like, wait a minute, what do you mean the inventory is not meant for that?
Geed was my first. What a steal. Ooh, that's nice. Can I have it back? You look like you could get a steal. Well,
I'm
isn't that
overburdened.
nice? Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes. You look like you could use a new item.
That is
back.
too expensive.
I didn't even
Miss Mark says, so money and not lack of content. But I mean, obviously, the game released without, or basically unfinished. I think people kind of realize and know that by now. Obviously, the higher ups wanted to release the game at a certain window for, you know, to reach their goal for a fiscal quarter, and that was kind of it, basically. The devs at the time, especially since the lead devs who took over, you know, were only there for a year, well, only in charge for a year and a half, and had to try to like fix the dumpster fire that was at the time. Would have loved to have more time before the game released. But like I said, Diablo, for some strange reason, outside of Diablo 1, and that's because it really couldn't really get many updates, just seems to have a history of like not releasing. Actually, it's not even Diablo, really. Action RPGs in general, like, has had a really bad history of like launch releases, man. Like, even like one of my favorites, Marvel Heroes, actually had a pretty rough launch. Wolfson had a terrible launch. Last Epoch was okay of a launch. You know, wasn't terrible, but wasn't great. Path of Exile's original launch wasn't good, but it was a lot closer to D2 at the moment, at a time where people hated D3, so people stuck around for it. Can't speak about Grim Dawn. I don't know how well Grim Dawn launched, actually, so I can't speak there. Path of Exile 2 appeared to have launched well until about a month into, where people went from loving everything about the game to hating most things about the game and hating GGG for a bit. But I think they like GGG now because of the new event. I don't know. You never know with that fan base. It just seems like action RPGs is kind of, you know, they don't really launch complete. They launch in a definitely unfinished stage. Like, there were live service games before live service was really even a thing. It's probably the best way to kind of put it. Unintentional live service games. I guess knows the Maxroll. Are you a part of that? Yeah, I do. I write rogue guides on Maxroll for D4. So yeah, I do work for Maxroll. So you're trying to not to follow guys? I'm with you, man. I'm with you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, as someone who does write guides or even do video guides, honestly, I do kind of prefer back then, you know, when it was like, you know, like way back then, before like guides were like easy to get your hands on. Like back then, where you kind of had to get a GamePro or like a Nintendo Power or Electronics, or was it Electronics Boutique or something like that, magazine, to be able to like get some tips and tricks on the game you might be playing or whatever. Or maybe if you had access to internet with your 28.8K modem, you know, you might be able to get like a game. Was it GameFAQs or whatever like that? Was it GameFAQs or was it it was GameFAQs, right? Somebody might have written something on GameFAQs, but it took you like 30 minutes to get there, and like that was your entire like free period or whatever. Because of the 28.8K modem. It's like, yo, I just got here. I need to print this real quick. I need to burn these toast real quick. Yeah, I mean, I was always someone who would rather try to figure it out in most cases. Do my own thing, kind of figure it out. PV2 devs were really going to reach just a campaign and no end game. I would have been pissed for $30 of that. PV1 was fine with the way I recall it. I was in the beta for it though, I recall. From that, then I do the actual launch. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't really received that well from the launch, but I think people liked the vibe of it because it was much closer to D2 than D3 was. So it definitely had the benefit of launching at the right time. Launching when the other game that was supposed to be the successor to D2, you know, didn't, you know, kind of hold its, you know, that thing. So PoE definitely benefited from that. But it took a while before PoE became what it is now, which people, you know, will tell you, you know, that it's a legendary action RPG, but it took years. I think any action RPG that ended up being good at some point took years to get there. Which kind of begs the question, you know, why not just more development time, I guess, versus releasing a, you know, halfway finished product. But then the answer is obvious, and the answer is shareholders. So... Need the game facts for the code to write the Dolphin and Wave Race. Yo, Wave Race was a really good game, man. That was so much fun. I spent so much time in the Dolphin Park or whatever, just doing tricks or whatever. It was a visually stunning game for that period of time in gaming too, for sure. Bread and water. So how was PoE 2? Depends on who you ask. I know that probably sounds silly, but it's kind of the truth. It's kind of depending on who you ask. I played about 200 hours of it in December, and for what it was worth, I mean, I enjoyed my time, but I mean, you can tell obviously that it's in early access. I don't really have any intent to return to it until they have like big update, which I think is coming in what, April? End of March, I mean. With the new class, economy reset, which I'll play solo stuff on anyways again, so that doesn't pertain to me. But new classes, a new class, balance change and stuff like that. So I'll return then. But I mostly enjoyed it, I'll put it that way. But I think the shitstorm happened when Path of Exile's best player, or widely perceived as the best player, Ben, like completely shit on Path of Exile 2, and he had no hope for the game whatsoever. And that really opened the floodgates of people who might have wanted to be negative about the game but felt like they couldn't, to actually, like, you know, say how they really truly felt. Because until then, you almost saw almost no one really being like saying anything, any like deep criticism, I guess you could say. But then Ben was just like, bro, this is like, And then the internet was like, oh, okay, well, if Ben can say it. But you gotta remember, Ben can say it because he was Path of Exile's best player. Not everybody can sit there and do and say that, and then they take you seriously, right? But Ben opened up the gates for that. Why is he considered the best player? Because every time there's a league, he's always the first one to get to the top of the ladder. Like he's always like number one almost every league. When it comes to like the racing or whatever, like he's 9 times out of 10 he's usually number one. Like he's just that good. And he'll do it with like different builds and different like, you know, whatever's. And like no one beats him really. You kill with Lilith, which was actually really hard within the week of D4 weeks. Yeah, I missed that fight. That was a fun fight, man. I'm so mad that they really neutered that fight. Like that was fun. Brandon Ward is saying, is he single? I don't know. Yeah, man, I'm so mad they really like, I mean, they really gutted that fight, man. That's like, that was a fight where like people like spent time trying to actually like get the kill and learn the mechanics, and it was actually hard. Yeah, people even like Shroud came over, and was trying hundreds of times to beat Lilith. I mean, it was like it was a fun enough fight despite some bugs, obviously, but it was a fun enough fight for people to actually want to try to, you know, get the kill or whatever. And then now, like literally now, it's just like. Practicing and learning mechanics was bad game design. It's funny because, like, honestly, Chameleon, those same players that were arguing that point are the same players arguing about not having anything to do in D4 now. And it's just like, but we had things. I'm saying I had things, I put it that way. But like when they did try to introduce something challenging, it's like you complained and you bitched about it, and then now you're bitching about everything being too easy, and then now it's like, well, what the hell do you want? Like, what do you want? Like. Oh, Damien, you're back? He said, so is he the best because he got lucky with drops, or because he's that damn good at building? So, Path of Exile is a pretty complex action RPG with a lot of different moving parts that you have to be really good at knowing to, like, you know, do well in like a league race or whatever. So, the thing is that, like, it'll be one thing if he got, you know, rank 1 in the ladder or whatever like that one time. Then you can argue, okay, maybe he might have gotten better drops or whatever. But when he wins almost every time, that's not getting lucky every time. That's literally knowing what you're doing and finding ways to shave off time that others may not have like picked up on, you know, efficiency and those kind of things. Like Ben is just that good. That is why, honestly, literally, he was the only one that was allowed to shit on PoE 2 because of his achievements in PoE 1. Because there were 2 other people that actually did make videos about how they didn't like PoE 2, and they got trashed by everybody in the PoE community. But when Ben said the same thing but worse, everyone's like, oh, well, we can't say Ben is wrong, right? But we can say, I may not agree with everything that Ben says, but I can see his points. Even though they might have made a video about how they love PoE 2 like a week before. But literally Ben makes a video and they're just like, you know, I see his points now. I see why he says he doesn't like such a, like, he's that good that people don't even want to, like, you know, like, they tiptoe on how they try to criticize his video. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like it's just, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying, like, you know, he carries that big of an aura around him as a player in that community that you just don't. You don't you know. Oh, you was asking about the D4 leather clip. Oh no, I mean, at that point, honestly, the fight wasn't it wasn't really much of a gear check as it was like a skill check. It really was more of a skill check than a gear check. If you were fighting it like legitly, like you had to like know, because almost no amount of gear was going to keep you from getting like one-shotted by certain things. There were eventually people found out how to like take one hit of a wave on some classes, but most of the time it was kind of like, you know, you had to like know your stuff. Yeah, Ben's a wizard when it comes to action RPGs and probably MMOs. He was also very good at Helldivers as well. Like he barely ever died in Helldivers when it first came out, and like everyone was just like, you know, zerging stuff because it was kind of fun. But he was like the one that was like last standing versus like, you know, like literally an army of everything. He was like last standing and not dying. It was, dude's just a gamer, man. Like, I like his gameplay. I may not be the biggest fan because he's pretty egotistical, and I get why he's really damn good at gaming. But I'm not really a big fan of people who kind of like, you know, are kind of full of themselves in a sense. But I do respect like his ability to play or to game. Like it's one of those where it's like, you know, I respect the craft. I'll put it that way. D4 crowd, hardest to please. As a casual, I love it. Plenty of options to focus for a night, like push a pit, do hell tie, boss runs. Well, the thing is, fish sticks from the YouTube chat. For those in Twitch who don't see who I'm talking to, the thing is that it actually really is like right now the way the game is set up, it's actually really good for the casual audience. I don't mean that in a bad way, but like, you know, for the casual audience, yeah, there is plenty to chew on. For those who might, you know, who play it, you know, like maybe an hour or two a week or something, right? There's plenty. And that's kind of where you can, you know, see that they're tend to focus on. My thing is, I don't mind that that's the case. I just would like for them to, like, for instance, like since most people don't really get to T3 or T4 in terms of like the casual players, then why not just juice T3, T4 for the more sweaty players, right? That would like to have something a little harder or more challenging or a longer journey that doesn't affect the casuals at all, right? So like that would be kind of cool. Now, granted, obviously that's them, you know, applying resources to a very, very small portion of the player base who care about that stuff. But it would be kind of nice if they threw us a bone, you know, and just let us, you know, have a little bit more to work towards, I guess, without changing the game for the way that casual players play, right? You said oh, I guess I haven't watched enough to see that side of him. It doesn't show often, but like if he gets pushed or like someone says something in chat that he doesn't like, he's kind of quick to or he can be quick to like make you feel like an ant, if that makes sense. It actually happened in D4 actually. I think when someone was saying something about how softcore and hardcore are almost the same thing when fighting Lilith, because you can just pour it out, right? You don't technically, you know, and then you have your, you know, cheat death potion or like that. So like fighting Lilith was almost like fighting her in like softcore, just with extra steps. And I don't think he disagreed with that per se, but he started to belittle the guy who mentioned that or who brought that comment up, and I'm just like, oh man, dude, you don't have to do that. Like, I don't think this guy was really worth you trying, you know, belittling, man. Like, you're like, bro, you're better than that. Don't do that. But it's very rare. It's rare that he does that, but it's definitely there. Screw Twitch chat. That's what you said, bread and water. I don't like having to rely on a guide. I feel so dumb. The problem, honestly, the thing is, Diablo 4 almost makes you kind of have to, not have to, but like it really pushes you to follow a guide. As casual of a game it is, it's partially the reason why people are kind of stuck in T1, you know, or T2 or whatnot. Because the game's systems don't work. Well, some of the skills and things don't work the way that they're supposed to. So like, and since there are a lot of things that are bugged and things that double dip and things that don't dip at all, don't know how to dip, you know, then like the casual audience doesn't know and doesn't understand why a build that they kind of put together isn't working the way that literally the tooltip says. So like they don't do the damage they should be doing because it's bugged or it's broken or whatever. And it makes it hard to come up with a build without knowing the game's inner workings. I don't mean like the game's like stuff, like, you know, what the skills actually do, like, but learning what's bugged and what's not. And there's so much of this in this game that it makes it hard to come up with your own thing. I actually, as funny as it sounds, I actually found it easier to build a character from scratch in PoE 2 without following anything. I didn't look up anything. I literally played blind, and I was able to actually put together a, you know, pretty decent character because stuff actually worked the way it was supposed to. So even though it is a little bit more complex of a game, stuff actually did what it said it did most of the time. Whereas in D4, it's like, that's really not the case. It's like, you have to know ahead of time what's bugged and what's not bugged. And then what might be bugged this time, but wasn't bugged last season, to be able to put together a decent build. Hell, I'll even give you an example. Like even the wish powers, right? For a little while, like Voice of the Stars and Purge and Touch didn't work with the clone. And for a little bit, and then literally a patch came out, and then it worked again, but there was no patch notes on it. And we're just like, what the hell? Like, when did it start working again? Someone else had to tell me that it somehow worked for no reason. Yeah, purging with Voice of the Stars worked with the clone now. Random, out of nowhere, it randomly works. I thought the dude was like, not crazy, but like, he was the only other guy who was like messing around with basic attack builds, you know, the Heartseeker build. I think he was the one that like was like really min maxing it. And he's like, yeah. So he said, yeah, you should try Voice of the Stars in Persian again. I'm like, why? It's like bugged. It's like, well, it apparently works again, apparently. And I'm like, you serious? He's like, yeah. He's like, when does it work? When does it start working again? I'm like, I don't know. I think it's probably one of the hot fixes. I'm like, but there's no patch notes. He's like, I know. I'm like, so what made you try it? He's like, I was bored, just messing around with it. So it was like weird. So has Ava confirmed? Honestly, nah. I mean, I told him about it, but I don't know if he actually like did the test again. To like confirm. I'm gonna have to go check. But I know when I put it back on my Heartseeker build, there was a difference. Like it was a pretty obvious, apparent difference that it was working. Stupid, right? Like it gets stuff like that, man. Like you just, it makes you almost need to have to follow, like keep up with or follow a guide or know someone who knows stuff about the game because, damn, like. What up, Mono? Yeah, I don't have this build posted anywhere. Well, technically, I do have this build posted. It's actually, I have a video guide of this a couple of years back from when this season was, you know, when this was season 27. Nothing has changed since then, really. But I didn't do like a planner or anything this time around. Yeah, and the drop racing D4 is stupid. It was kind of interesting because I remember them saying when they did like one of the updates, they were saying that they want to drop less loot but make the loot better, right? Like or make the loot something that you would want more per se. And it was gonna drop less. And ironically enough, since then we actually have. This has been the most loot explosions that we've had since they said that statement. It was even worse than before they said that statement. So like, I don't know, man. Like, remember the stat squish they did, quote unquote, going into the season 6 expansion? They wanted to try to like bring some of the numbers down. Remember that? Between Purge and Touch or over 1K, Dex was so hard. Which one would you go for? I mean, Purge and Touch is. I don't know. That's actually a. I don't know. It'd be one of those things where I would just like switch them both out and just do a bunch of runs on each. I'm betting they cannot control the GA drops without allowing for a loot explosion. Well, I mean, that was kind of the, you know, well, that was the risk they took when they added GAs, right? When GAs became a thing. So, I don't know. Like, I guess, what would you do, Pecha, if you could, you know, if you can tailor drops or drop rates or whatever like that, what would you do knowing the current system? They promised more decent drops, so I'm assuming that's what they meant. But they also said they would drop less things that you don't want, or like, well, no, I'm sorry, that's not what they said. They said they would drop less items in general, is what they said. They did mention less items will drop, but when they do drop, they will be more impactful, is what they said. So like the loot explosion of this season just really feels like it contradicted that statement. No one even picking up blue once you get a T4. Yeah, you're. I mean. This had no clear vision on what they want. They just flip out every season. A lot of it, honestly, I think too, is also swayed by the audience. I mean, think about it. Like, technically speaking, they tend to like sway in the direction of what people may want at that time. YouTube stream has no music, by the way. Yeah, I know. You can't do music on YouTube. Like they won't let you play music live on YouTube without like striking you. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. That's why like every Twitch, every YouTube stream you ever watch is always no music, basically. Not because we don't want to play music, it's just YouTube being YouTube. Yeah. But on Twitch we can do it as long as we don't save the music in our VOD. So we can live stream music, but we can't save that music in our VOD. So we have to separate the audio tracks or whatever like that. So when the stream is over, the music doesn't play in the VOD. But YouTube won't even allow that. What was I saying there? Oh yeah, but at the same time they want to satisfy everyone, and that's the thing. I think here's the thing, and like, don't get me wrong, I don't want this to come off the wrong way. I know something like it might sound like it might, but I personally did not like when Rax Sandtrax, love the guy, don't get me wrong, when he was wanting the gameplay to be more like Diablo 3, when he was saying, I want to sit there and there be a ton of density everywhere. We're running through everything. Everything just dies and explodes with a bunch of AoE and stuff like that. He's like, that's fun. He made a big video about it. I'm not saying that that's what they did because of him. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is like that mentality definitely did spread in the sense of, you know, oh, well, maybe that's fun. I actually didn't mind less density and it taking, you know, we have to, you know, actually fight the elites or whatever. I didn't mind that. I just minded not having better content to do that in. That was the issue. There wasn't enough different variety of things that made me want to do that in. It wasn't the amount of density. It wasn't that, you know, it wasn't as fast as Diablo 3 or whatever. It was literally just having more to do. But when they added more density in a game that wasn't designed to have that kind of density, and then power crept it, you know, like power crept it basically to the point where everything just, you know, the whole screen is just littered with elite fixes, so you no longer even care about what the elites have because you're just mowing them down. And even if you did care, they're The elite, I was wait, the elite affixed design wasn't meant to have, or wasn't designed to have 3 or 4 elites in the same area. Like they were designed to kind of be like individual fights, almost like individual pack fights or whatever. So that's why it feels like you're either a god or you get one shot, because all these elite affixes were not designed to be together like that in this high amount of density initially. So, but anyways, yeah, much of what Decoy, what I was saying is just like, I think the initial vision was fine. The vision was fine. Not the execution of the vision at the start was not fine. But I think the vision itself was actually okay. In terms of like Lilith being hard, that was fine. Right? Like that was fine. Mythics being rare, they could have upped it like maybe just a teeny bit, but it being rare was actually kind of mostly okay. Leveling to 100 was actually fine. We just needed to have fun on the way to 100, but the amount of time it took to get to 100 wasn't the problem. It's just that it just wasn't fun getting to 100. You know, like they didn't need to make all that easy or easier. They just needed to make that, give you a reason to want to do it. But yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Decoy. It does feel like a lot of like, you know, we'll try this one season, see what people think. You know, we'll flip it again next season, see what people think. But yeah, but back to what I was saying though, like, you know, I guess that was one of the major things I kind of like disagree with Rax on with that. But the crazy thing about it is that like some of the things that he complains about in D4 was literally the things that he asked for. Like the way that the gameplay is now with the whole like just running through things with no resistance or whatnot. It's kind of what you asked for. You legit asked for that. Gio, appreciate the follow. How many keys do I have left? So how do I land a job with Maxroll? Well, Maxroll tends to find you. Maxroll isn't something that you typically, you know, can apply for in a sense and be like, hey, you know, I write guides, got any room, that sort of thing. But they usually find you. Like, you know, if there's a need, they'll go look. around, you know, see what people are, you know, doing or whatever. And it's like, okay, we need this, and then like there'll be like some people who will scout or something, like, you know, but like, you know, hey, if you know someone who does such and such, let us know. So like you'll get people in Maxroll like, oh, I've been watching so and so stream, you know, he does such and such, and you know his content is pretty good, and he makes some pretty decent build guys or whatnot. You know, we should probably check him out for you know, writing for that class or something. Like, you know, like that's kind of how it generally goes. But all right, Decoy. See you, bro. Tech 9, yeah. I'm a huge fan of Tech 9. Preview fight of the 3 flying monsters in Monster Hunter. Crappy is saying that I should play Charge Blade instead of Greatsword. He says that they kind of feel similar, but Charge Blade obviously has a more complicated gameplay, but they feel similar. Oh, you're watching the live event right now? Wait, why is there a live event like right now? Like, well, I guess they were in Japan, but like, what time is it in Japan? Max, how old are you? Could you play music that I grew up on? I'm 40. Just turned 40 2 weeks ago. It was at 6 p.m. in Japan. It's like, oh, okay. I do think you enjoy Charge Blade. I don't think did I even mess with Charge Blade at all in Wilds? I think I like, you know, swung it a few times in the training mode thing, but I mean, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just pushing buttons to see if I like something. But you turned 40 in May, Twisted Dynasty. Okay. Damien says I'm 42. Yeah. I have a lot of like, I say half my playlist is like older school hip hop, I guess you could say. Like the 90s, early 2000s, I guess. And the other half is like literally every other genre. So I have a little bit of everything. Yeah. Like I went to school for music, so I teach music. And so like music to me, like for me, like there's something I can enjoy in every genre. But my playlist is like almost 2,000 songs. My playlist for stream is about 2,000 songs wide. It gets confusing at first, but once you get a hold of it, it's quite satisfying. Yeah, I mean, you never know. I might end up, you know, making the switch or whatever. But so the 80s into the 2010s was great music in your opinion. You know what though? You know what? With that being said, I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes we did like there were definitely some artists and some songs or whatever that we vibed to, even though it was like pretty awful. It was like pretty bad. Like you look, like you go back and listen to it, and he's like, yo, you know, this is my childhood. But then like when you actually listen to the lyrics, or you actually like listen to the song, you're like, man, this song actually really wasn't that good. I just kind of grew up on it. Like you go back and you listen to anything Soulja Boy, right? And don't get me wrong, like it was hype, right? Soulja Boy was hype, but like he's not a good, yeah, he's not a good, but everyone sung, you know, everyone's sitting there singing the lyrics to Superman, right? Everyone knows about, you know, gosh, what's that other song? Forgot like any of his songs. What was it? Like LOL Smiley Face or something like that. Like, I mean, it was just like, it was popular, right? Master P, that's another one. Yeah, Crank That. Yeah, like just. I mean, we vibed to it, but it was bad. It was bad. You know what I'm saying? It was not good. We definitely had some artists that just really weren't that great. Dipset was another. I mean, don't get me wrong, that it was fun, but Dipset was not. Yeah. As long as it's catchy, yeah. But I will say that we did have a lot of good artists in that time frame that were good, but then we also had our, you know, we did have our stretch of you know, cringy artists that, you know, Kiss Me Through the Phone. There are a lot of one-hit wonders, yeah. Sadly, Soulja Boy had quite a few hits. He lived past the one-hit stage. But he was, I guess, relatable. I guess I don't know. It was just, I don't know. But if you was in the club though, like you were definitely vibing. You Soulja Boy, like you just couldn't, you just couldn't not do that. All of No Limit sucked, but it was good back then. I won't say all the No Limit, but I mean Mystical was like probably the most talented at the time. Through that period, but like Silta Shocker wasn't. Mystical didn't suck. Nah, man. Nah, Mystical was actually pretty good. He was better when he split off, but he was good. But like Silta Shocker, Master P, and you know most of the others, they were just so yeah. But the fact that these guys had their own albums, man, like their own whole albums was like cringe. It ain't my fault was a banger, but nowadays are. I mean, I guess all I'm saying is that like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, I think we would consider that there was probably a bit more diamonds through the 80s, from the 80s through the early 2000s or whatever, but we also had a fair share of what the hell are we listening to? Franchise Boys is another. Fun, don't get me wrong, but it's, you know what I'm saying, like. Bro, we used to wear those shirts to yeah, we did. We did. Yep, in my white tee. Oh, I think they like me. Oh, I think they like. Oh, I think they like me. I say it now, and it's like, man, that was how the song started. Like, yeah, that's how it went. But it was the thing. It was the fad. It's funny because like for businesses they loved it, right? they loved it. Like businesses loved it. Think about it. Like imagine like white tees all of a sudden becoming like popular, right? And then the same company that's like selling t-shirts for like $10 are now selling them for $30 a pop, and like everyone's buying them. And they just resell the same product. But now they say, yo, it's a white tee now, right? And like, yo, I gotta give you one of those. I gotta give you one of those. All because a group of people made this trend basically popular, and everyone had to have these extra large white t-shirts, right? And the businesses profited, man. It was like, yo, this is easy, man. All we gotta do is just ride the wave, man. Mark up the same thing we were already selling. Just like, you know, maybe make a size larger than we normally do, and bam. You know what I'm saying? You know, we made those companies a lot of money. Favorite corniest song of the 2K era? The 2000 era? What was my favorite corniest song? Honestly, I'd probably have to say make it say that was I ain't gonna lie. In middle school that was one of my favorites.
Stomach feels strange. Did you forget to eat again? No. In fact, I decided to get the day's eating out of the way all at once. I kept at it until I couldn't take another bite.
I would never imagine that Gucci Mane would still be pretty relevant 20 years later. Yeah, right. That shit got me hyped, especially playing ball. Me too, man. Me too. I'm telling you. It's great coming across a streamer that I can relate to. Regardless, man, those are fun times. We have fun. We have fun with our what we would call nowadays ratchet songs, I guess you could say. And then we have some like certified classics from like, you know, real artists and things, right? We have some bangers from Nas, Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Outkast especially. Like, I mean, we had some artists, man. Big Pun. Obviously, Tech Nine, as you hear in my playlist. Demon Forge. Would I hit 2K tonight? Do I have enough keys? Same with Lil Wayne. I never thought the block is hot Wayne would become the icon yesterday. I know, right? What was his what album was it? Was it what was it? Fireman or I'm bad with album names. I'm like really bad with album names. Unless it's Outkast. But I remember was it Carter one? I remember there was one album where he kind of like didn't have much support from anybody. He kind of like went on one of the talk shows and he was telling people how like people didn't like jump on his tracks or whatever, and he was kind of riding solo, really not really giving them the support. It was like one of those albums or whatever, but like he killed it though. But all the Carters were good though. That might have been the one with the shine on it. We talking about Lil Wayne, yeah. Honestly, of all the people who were like Cash Money, of all the people who were Cash Money that I thought was probably going to have the longest career, I probably would have thought Juvenile. I would have thought Juvenile would have been the one that had the longevity, like back in the day. Like obviously you look at it now, you're like, no way, right? But like back then, like when they were all hot at the time, like I thought Juvenile was gonna be the one that like goes like the distance. You know, I didn't think it was gonna be Lil Wayne. Not saying that he was bad. I mean, he was really good. Don't get me wrong, but I just thought like Juvenile just had that presence. You know what I mean? Like his songs were vibes. You know. Bat That Ass Up was, you know, obviously a classic. You know, you almost don't get better Juvenile than that, right? That and like the G Code, of course. But Bat That Ass Up was like, that was, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, this guy gonna be around forever, right? Yeah, man. And then Juvenile did kind of make a small comeback with what was this? Was it Slow Motion? I think it was. I think that was the title of the song. I can't remember. But you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, he did make a little small comeback with that, but then that was it, really. I guess heard 400 Degrees yesterday for the first time in a long time. Mr. Mark. He said that man freestyle most vision. Speaking of freestyles, I don't know if you guys why am I so bad with names right now? God, I forgot his name, dude. Guy on YouTube, Nate something or God, I forgot his name. It's this guy. This is one guy who literally freestyles on the spot. And he goes to like beaches or whatever, like places, and he tells people to pick words or whatever. Like just pick certain words, just anything they want off the top of their head. And like he would literally do like an entire freestyle. Harry Mack, yeah, there we go. He'll do like an entire freestyle, literally finding ways to fit those words in, as if he like actually like wrote the lyrics down ahead of time, and obviously he didn't do it. And then people would like approach, and he would sit there and like fit them into the freestyle as he's still freestyling with the words that he was given. Like he even went on I forgot which show he went on, but he went on the show with Kendrick Lamar, and did it in front of Kendrick, and Kendrick was like really, really impressed with that. Like that's insane talent. Remember he had some issues with wait, what happened? Clear my message so that makes sense. What happened? Remember he had some issues with law and domestic abuse? Who was it? Or who? It sounds like Juvenile to me, but I'm not sure if that's who you were talking about. The mods need to allow your last message. Hold on. My mods might be asleep, so because it is kind of late. Oh, I see it. I got you. Had them talking about being. Oh, okay, I got you. I see now. Okay. All right. That context makes more sense. Yeah. I don't remember all the lyrics to the song. It might have been, but I'm not sure. It might have been. I'm trying to remember. Twisted Insanity say, I could talk music in general all day. He's made beats and aspired to be a producer as a career. That was before everybody and their brother pirated Fruity Loop Stereo. Fruity Loop Studio. Yeah, well. Yeah, Brillo, MS gotta be the go right. That man changed everything and the lyrics are crazy. His dedication to the art of lyricism is almost unmatched. I'll put it that way. You can tell this guy like obsesses over his verses and like just the way he links things and references and like I mean it's just like, and he's been doing it for decades and it's like every time you still listen to an M song you're still like really impressed, like you're very impressed by like what he's able to come up with like decades later. You're just like, bro, you still haven't ran out of material yet? Like it's just like, you know, it's like how are you like what was the most recent one, not most recent one, but why am I so bad with songs, man? When he did that music video with him and Slim Shady basically, or him versus Slim Shady or whatever like that, like the references and stuff he made during that, I'm just like, bro still got it, man, like all these years later. Like all these years later, bro still got it. However, some old school Biggie music was it's some great. That's me. The thing about like
Fortune favors the bold. Do come back again.
Imps evolution through the years is crazy. Someone gave you modded gear back in the days. It's still possible. On console you can, not on PC. You can't mod gear on PC.
Fortune favors the bold. What a steal.
Rap God goes hard. Mainstream went down big time. Well, mainstream has been more about like entertainment value rather than like the love for the game, right? I mean, it's not saying that some can't, right? I mean, you had people who came out that were fun and that were like good at the craft, like let's say Little Dicky, for example, right? A rare gem in that segment or whatever, but like keep in mind like that particular generation, right, didn't take it seriously. Like even we call him Little Boat, right? But yeah, like he literally even said like he doesn't take it seriously. It's just like it's just for fun, and like don't get me wrong, man. You can't. We want to get upset about it, right? Because it's like, bro, there are people who are trying to like make it big, who are taking it seriously and like never make it, right? And here you are, who's made it, and like you're taking it as a joke or whatever. And it's like it's easy to kind of get mad and look at it that way, but at the same time though, like he's having fun with it, and you're supposed to have fun with it. They just take the art in a whole different direction, and unfortunately it's categorized as hip-hop still. Like if it had its own category, if it wasn't categorized as rap or hip-hop or whatever like that, I don't think anyone would have a problem with it. But because it's in the same genre, technically, that's kind of where people, where people generally have the issue with. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any problems with them, with them having fun, with what they do. But like, make classify a new genre. Like don't be trying to, You guys know what I'm talking about. Because I mean, what those guys really do is just basically pop with a different beat. It's like all it is. It's technically pop, just with the hip hop beat. It's kind of what these guys are doing. You know what I mean? Like, and that's fine if you want to do that, but you're not. It's not really hip hop anymore. At least not in the truest sense of the form. Give me Tom McDonald, Hobson, and Dax. Yeah, you've heard Dax like at least four, like the past almost 4 or 5 songs were like Dax. Lil Dicky's modern day Weird Al. Yo, Weird Al. That I have like most of his parodies on my stream playlist. Yo, Weird Al is a special talent, man. Like his range Like his musical range is just ridiculously good.
I need to go back.
And like if he actually wanted to like do like actual hip hop music that isn't necessarily just a parody and just for fun, like if he just wanted to just go hard, he could. I still remember him on the epic rap battles of history when he played Isaac Newton, and he went against what was it, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and like his bars were fire, man. Like Andre 3 Stacks. Yeah, Outkast was my favorite group of all time, man. And the sad part about it is that like I didn't really like get exposed to Outkast until Aquemini. So like I didn't even know much about them until Aquemini. But when I bought that, when I got that CD, I would listen to it literally every day for like months. I would have it like literally on loop, and I was like, you know, reading the lyrics on the back of the CD cover or whatever like that, because you know back then you had little booklets with like the lyrics printed out and stuff. But of course, after you know I got Aquemini and whatnot, I went back to listen to AT Aliens and of course Something Playalistic and Instant Fan. Where can you check out my current build? Honestly, it's really only one. I mean, I have a video on YouTube. It is old, don't get me wrong, but since Diablo 3 hasn't gotten any new updates, it's basically the same exact thing. Like nothing has changed from years ago. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I can't find it. I'm gonna have to just like scroll a bit. Let's see, scrolling. It was actually the first video that actually broke like 20K views on my YouTube channel. Like that was like the first like breakout, I said breakout video I had, but like that was like the first big video that was like, yo, this is sick. All right, Mono, here we go. Now, in this video, I'm actually playing Fire, but you can totally go like Lightning for the most part. Lightning makes more sense nowadays, but you can. I was playing Fire in the video, but you can do either or. You're welcome, man. Question for me? What's up? Yeah, we're about to reach my birth year in Paragon. We're about to hit 1985.
I could do that.
1985. I think it's a few seconds. Well, almost. Come on. There we go, 1985. Was that big into Arrested Development? I was a fan, yeah. I must say I was big into it, but can you have a little help with something? What's up? I can't believe they produced and recorded all that stuff. And Modi, Atlanta Basement. Yo, their production sound was like very signature, right? You know what I mean? Like they especially like with 'cause I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I think like something playalistic, right? You know, most of the production was very like kind of like what you would expect to hear in hip hop during that time frame, right? Kind of like playing it safe, but you know but your lyrics were off the charts, right? Like that's kind of what it was, right? And it was really good. And they kind of pushed the balance with AT Aliens to separate themselves from the norm a bit, but then like Equiminize when they really was just kind of like we're just our own thing, man. Voice in the stream back is made my bar for my bill that I made and I need a little help. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know much about Barb. I can answer a question or two maybe if it's like more of a mainstream thing, but I don't know much about Barb. You said check your level. Wait, so you just want me to check your level real quick? That's all? Okay. Are you on my friends list? I think you are, right? Just send me a message. Like, send me a whisper so I can check the profile. Follow-up question after that? Okay, I'm confused. now I'm confused. During that time, the South really had no representation. Yeah, very true. I still remember where was it? Was it the music awards or something like that, where like people were like booing Outkast because they got the rap album of the year or something like that, or rap album, and like the North was just like, oh, 969. Ragnarok, that's your Barb's name too. He said highest street. But yeah, like when 3 Stacks was like, he didn't even care. He was like, yo, the South has got something to say, and like that became an iconic statement to this day. Well, at that point, it was like North versus South. I mean, East versus West existed too, yeah, but like at that point, it was like, you know, New York versus Atlanta, or I'm saying that. Sorry, it was just New York. Like all like people only took artists serious, you know, series that like pretty much came out of New York. Basically, that's kind of what it was. You know, if you were doing anything anywhere else, you didn't really have that respect. New York and Cali, yep.
I'm overburdened.
Let's see what we can do.
I am returning to town.
He's like, send me some rappers and these 17-year-old kids got the bus, but a few bars. Next thing you know, they spent 3 months in the basement just cooking drugs. Yeah. Yep.
Fortune favors the bold. What? I didn't even know I had that thing.
My pack is full.
Fortune favors. See you soon. Don't forget, luck
overburdened.
always changes.
Yeah, I mean the name. So actually, ironically enough, that wasn't gonna be the first name. Outcast wasn't the first name they came up with.
Fortune favors the bold.
Um,
Again.
my streamer bot just went offline again. I gotta fix my streamer bot. Yeah, it's kind of hard to read the YouTube comments when my streamer bot just doesn't want to do the thing. Amy says, "Really, what was it gonna be? What was gonna be? Oh, you mean Outcast's? You mean Outcast's original name? They were thinking about doing they were thinking about calling themselves the Misfits initially, or Too Deep. Those are the two names they were thinking about at first, and then they decided to go with Outcast as a synonym for Misfits because it just it just flowed better. So Misfits technically fit so Outcast fit the definition of Misfits, but just sounds obviously better because technically they were Outcasts, and that's how they saw themselves. But yeah, Too Deep and Misfit were their two names originally they were thinking about.
Yo, Dark Side.
Real Ninja
We just
Purr.
got
What's up,
raided,
man?
son.
That's a name
You
I
know
haven't
how
seen in
we
a
do.
while.
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
What is up, Zerb?
Real underscore
You
ninja
remember that,
underscore
right? I
power
know you remember
rated
that
my
dance.
stream with 17 views.
I know it's probably been a while since you see it, but you remember that dance. How's it going, man? Chief, what's up? Schizo, I remember that name too. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to D3. I'm just a filthy casual right now, bro. I started last week. kind of playing a couple hours a day. Kind of want to get like a 150 on UE. Maybe see what I'm gonna do with Shadow, and then that's kind of really it. But I like the season theme because this was one of my favorite season themes or whatever. So I'm like, you know, let me hop in and play again. I'm not the blaster leaderboard chaser I once was. Any plans to touch a monk? No. Nope. Honestly, it's D3 and for about 5 more days, and then Monster Hunter Wilds Friday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning ish. But I appreciate you, man.
I am returning to town.
Docs has gone Blazwell. Yeah, pretty much. Like when you start as late as you do, like it's hard to really be like serious. You know what I mean? Like most of my stitch was kind of like blasting the first weekend and like pushing leaderboards for the first week. See if I can beat the Asians on the, you know, in the ranks during the first week, and then after that I kind of always kind of backed off a little bit. But when you start a week late, you definitely don't have that shot. Chief, yeah, pretty much. What set are you talking about? What bill are you talking about? Oh, UE? Yeah, you gotta pull the entire map. Literally the entire map. So you need like a Fields of Misery, Festering Woods, Battlefield type ordeal. And you're literally kiting the entire time. Everything. Literally the entire map the entire time. Also without dropping your Odyssey Zen buff with the Entanglement shot. But you do need an insane amount of area damage too though.
I'm here to help.
I need to go back.
I vowed to finish Worlds before starting WoWs, and I haven't started on it. So I guess I'll be fine WoWs next year. I never played the expansion, but I did play the original for about 300 hours. Which is it this Demon Hunter? Because this is your speed setup right now. So it's probably not gonna, it's gonna take a little while before it actually comes over. Once you have lost too much time by the time you have the whole map. No, because you remember you don't move fast, so like it's a slow move. But the whole idea is that you want to gather as much as you can to proc ambush and area damage as much as you possibly can as you're pulling things around the map. So by the time you kind of pull most things will be underneath the threshold for Deadman's Legacy to kind of kick in to help you kind of finish off whatever's left. I mean, you will naturally kill some things along the way, but the idea is you want to pull everything. Like UE in general has always been a set where you literally have to like, you want to be fighting like 4 or 5 elites at the same time, all the time. Like if you're fighting just one elite, you're definitely not gonna clear it. Like you want to be dragging that elite into another elite, into another elite, into another elite. And then of course, once you have 4 or 5 elites lined up and you've dealt, pretty decent damage on them, hopefully you would have found a conduit pylon or a shield pylon to kind of help you kill it, kill those elites pretty quickly, or a power pylon, etc. That's usually the strategy. This is not. you like his name? Enjoying D3 so much this season. I haven't even been playing PoE2 or anything else. Really, might play Wizard and DH as well. This is definitely one of the better seasons for sure. Which explains why quite a few people who used to play kind of came back to play a little bit this season, including myself. All right, Damien, you have a good one. How many keys I got left? 6. All right, let me see if I can look at your profile now. See if it switched over. Okay, yeah, it did. Okay. I mean, you got some really good gear. That's interesting. Did Woody do it with physical, or did he do it with fire? Generally, fire it's normally the way you go. But I guess you can do physical because you do have the stricken for the Rift Guardian. Physical is better when you pull everything. I'm planning on doing it with fire because I did it with fire before when I played this season. It's a very good quiver. I mean, you got everything. I guess it's a matter of just finding the right scenario and just being able to play it. Too bad you don't have all-res on this belt, but I mean everything else is all-res and all-res on 2 places really. But as long as you're not dying, that doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean everything else is good. Yeah, and your 4K Paragon. Yeah, honestly, really, you just need a good scenario, a good situation. But yeah, man, you'll get it.
Fortune favors the
1995.
like you could use what a steal. What?
Also, Chief, I'm about to get into like maybe one more run-in of group play at some point, probably this weekend, for you and your friends.
That will look nice on you.
And then I think by Monday, I'm gonna want to just push at that point. Like Monday and Tuesday will be like my days where I'll just push Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, roughly.
Still waiting.
Then my little brother's a Monster Hunter fanatic. I'm trying to convince him to start a new character on World since he's been playing recently because he's so high for Wilds. You can do it and you can coach me. Yeah, I actually really thought about like booting up some World before playing, but I think part of me too at the same time kind of wanted to be sort of fresh in the sense of like, you know, like 'cause I mean if I play something that's kind of similar for too long, then when the sequel or like that comes out, you know, I like I'll play a lot per se. But it's like I played so much of the previous that like I feel like I would burn out quicker if I played a lot of the previous before jumping into Wilds. So I figure kind of just jumping into Wilds as is after not playing, you know, Monster Hunter for a while. Although I did play the betas. So I did play a bit of the betas. But I kind of wanted to feel a bit fresh in a sense. It's also hard to know what to really expect too, right? Because it's like we don't really know too many of the new systems and kind of thing. But this will be my first Monster Hunter game that like I like kind of take seriously in a sense. I didn't really take World seriously. I played it as like the off game at the time because I was mad at D3. Ironically enough, like D3 pissed me off around that time frame where I was just mad about like the state of the game. So I just didn't really play much D3. I kind of need something to do in between then and World just happened to be there, coming out right on time. That and Heroes of the Storm, I think, is the two things I kind of did when I wasn't playing when I took my D3 hiatus, I guess. I don't know why I decided to play to stay on this map.
I am skilled at clarifying gems.
I am returning to town.
Will this get me to 2K? Will this get me to 2K? Oh, you're gonna be kidding me. The bar is right there. It's like right there. So close. It's like 3 or 4 enemies. No, we gotta do one more riff. I can't end it at like 1999. Oh, this is actually pretty good. This is a better raps, yeah, 50%. 47, that's actually big. This is definitely not great. And I'll also pick the elemental as well. Very nice. I'm just gonna put this there. Mono with the follow, appreciate you. Alright. Last one. You know what? You know what? For funsies, let's actually do let's do one run of fire. I've been doing lightning all this time. Let's do fire once. Too bad I don't have these augmented though, but that's fine. I do have my fire one. I'm gonna do it. No, I don't have my fire one augmented. No, I do. I don't. You? No, I don't. Oh well. And we'll bump it up to 130. I got my stuffs. Yeah, so I'm just missing the augments, but no. Guess while I'm here, let's get rid of this dex. I don't have the whatchamacallits. Okay, get some crit chance on this. Of course, I thought I can get some crit chance real quick. Oh, come on. Come on. There you go. I'm about to say. I'm about to say. Alright. There's nothing to kill for a bit. Lost my stacks. This map is very hard to keep those squirts because of the poison. say, I'm like, what are we at? Both were on this side. Capital board was up. What's the last D3 patch for? I don't know. I would assume it was probably like a server stability thing, if I had to guess. Like a hotfix. Like at this point, there are no like balance changes coming or anything, so. Any patches like that would be like performance related issues. I'm gonna ask my Blizzard friend. Which one of my Blizzard friends? Okay, I don't like this run. This is that first map was really bad. I want to go for another. I don't know, pick 3. I mean, I'm pretty much sure it was a server thing. Like I said, this game is a maintenance mode. They're not going to patch anything that does anything different than what has been the case for the past couple of years. So like, the current build on Maxroll. So I'm not on Maxroll's D3 team. I'm on the D4 team. So I don't have like a build guide or anything on Maxroll for this, but I do have a video guide that I did years ago. Which is literally the same thing. So like that video is still relevant because it's literally the exact same season. Yeah, you can go fire or lightning. Lightning is generally better, but sometimes I like playing fire just because if you can keep your squirts buff up, you can actually farm a little higher of a GR, but you gotta be a bit more careful when you do fire. Whereas lightning, you can be a little more Rambo. Just because of the nature of how it clears. In the YouTube link to the D3 planner. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't have that planner anymore, unfortunately. So you have to kind of look at it from the video perspective versus the planner perspective. If I still had the planner, I would have just linked the planner instead. So, but sorry about that. We'll do one more fire. I actually kind of like that run. That felt good.
I may be able to help you.
I am returning to town.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow I might just make a planner real quick.
You look like you could use a new. That's
My pack is full.
Can I?
You get rid of this stuff real quick. Pick up my things. But now I'm gonna have to augment my fire stuff. Just because I'm doing it now. 2002 guns is already very good, especially for solo play. Then I play full time. I did do like yesterday. I did do was it yesterday? Yeah, it was like yesterday. I did a little bit of group play to level up my gems. But yeah, I mean, I would say like 1,800 of my 2,000 Paragon was done solo. And I'm still like ultra casual, by the way. Like, I am not. I play like maybe 4 hours a day at most. Although that probably sounds like a lot for most people, right? It's like, wait, what do you mean 4 hours a day? But compared to like a normal D3 start that I normally would do, yeah, this is
See you soon.
not a lot of hours.
Well, isn't that nice?
I'm overburdened.
But
That will look nice on you. See you soon. Fortune favors. Well,
I
isn't
cannot
that
afford
nice?
that.
okay, let's do. I'm intrigued now. Okay, I'm fighting uphill. Not good. Oh, and I still kept my squares buff to that interaction. Very nice. Okay, I have not found an elite in a bit. Great to see. I'm like, where the Lisa at? That second map was pretty awful then. We'll do one more run. You probably do no more experience laundering. Players do 150s with botters. Botters get banned, but the hotel players keep the paragons, so the game becomes more about who you know, rather than what you know or how much effort you put into it. It'd be interesting to see that play carries out of the D4 eventually. It's already there in D4. It's just different. It's in the form of trading versus like the botting per se. I mean, botting exists too, but like instead of like the paragon thing or the botting being the main problem as it is kind of like in D3, it's real money trading. So it's already there in D4, just in a different form. So if you are pushing pits or whatever on like a third-party leaderboard, if you know you're not going to be somebody who's paid real money for their gear, like. Because unfortunately, after a certain point, gold starts to become obsolete, and all the good stuff is literally, you know, with money. That's kind of where the market ends up leading to. Wouldn't Celesta found solve most of that? For the people who, I mean, kind of, yeah. I do want to solo self-found, obviously, in D4. I've been advocating for that for a while. I don't think they have any plans for it, but I totally would want one. But I mean, the problem will still exist in the non-solo self-found mode. So people who do want to play in group play or whatever, but want a more legitimate experience, still won't get it. But solo self-found would, you know, will at least encourage people who may want to play it in a more legit way to do that mode instead, I guess. Oh, come on. Oh, you meant D3 Paragon is played? No, not necessarily. No, because I mean, people would just bot. Like people bot now in solo self-found. Like solo self-found did not solve that problem. What it did do though is it allowed people who play solo to compete against people who also play solo versus people who got all their stuff in group play, which is vastly more efficient than playing solo. So now you're competing against others who are also just only playing solo, but the botting is still there. Like that problem is still there. And of course, account sharing is also a problem. Account sharing is actually worse than botting. But, because I mean, bots are nowhere near as efficient as humans. But bots can play when you're asleep, which is what makes them, which is what makes people do it. But technically speaking, if you got a friend that don't mind alternating with you on certain time frames of the day, account sharing is actually better than botting.
I am returning to town.
If you can stop botting, it's to randomly pop up a human check, i.e. a capture prompt. Well, honestly, the thing about that though is like, would you rather punish the entire player base and having to put in captures like 20, 30 times during your play session to curb botting? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. I mean, a capture would work, but it would piss off the everyone else who isn't cheating. It'll provide a small reward each time. Okay, that actually has me curious. Rewarding people to fill out the captcha. I mean, I still think it would be a hard sell for people. People would just really wouldn't just play your game at that point. They'd be like, because I mean, if that was like the solution, I think other action RPGs would have done it too, right? It, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can. Yeah, I guess I don't know how people would actually respond to that. I think that's kind of the thing. Like that'd be a real tough sell, even for rewards. You know what I mean? Like, I guess personally, I wouldn't mind. Like if it guaranteed, no botting or whatever like that, and the LBs would be more,
Fortune favors. Do come back again.
fair. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind,
Changes.
but I feel like I'm definitely in the minority. If it happens, remember me. Also, not a bad idea, actually.
You look like you could use it. That will look nice on you.
I cannot afford that.
Yeah. With that being said, though, I'm pretty sure there's got to be a reason why that hasn't been tried, like in a serious manner by any action RPG. I don't know what the reasoning is. I'm just sure there has to. I'm sure there is one. Um. And I actually kind of want to do a little bit more experimentation with the fire, but I'm out of keys. Not to play farm anymore right now. I did say I was gonna do a short stream tonight, so this is definitely not a short stream. All right. Let's say this as this. Actually, wait a minute. What was the other bracer? Not that one. That was lightning. Quivers. But I had like a decent fire quiver somewhere, like a better fire quiver somewhere, but I don't think so. Maybe I'm just dreaming. Not really. Really, but not really. Okay. But with that being said, though, Capital Board, what you said or some of your ideas are actually probably some of the better ones I've heard in terms of a capture. Usually, I kind of just like dismiss it, but like, some ideas aren't, definitely aren't bad. I just wonder what made other developers not give that a shot in any of the action RPG games or MMOs, right? All right, let's go to Cell Kittens, y'all. She's cool. She comes out. She hangs out here. She's doing she's 100%ing Zelda, I believe. For the wild. So show her some love. Mufasa, what's up, man? Did you just get here? How you been though? Oh, you been lurking? All right, cool. All good, man. I'll check. I'll check you out later. Enjoy some cell. What's up? Are you here to announce your big return to D4? for Mufasa. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. And I will tomorrow Saturday, right? Yeah. So I'll see y'all tomorrow night. And as always, till next time. Well, tonight, basically, right? Because it'll be Saturday night. Yeah. I'll see y'all tonight. Peace.